Addiction makes money, and it'll be too late by the time people are warned about it.
Nobody warned us about vaping, so it's our responsibility to warn others.
If you haven't already started, just don't, like, it's not worth it.
Setting us up nicely. It looks to be lane 5, Tao He. Got that distinctive red and yellow cap from the M1 Swimming Club. Our 400 metre individual medley. It's 100 metres of each stroke, 100 butterfly, 100 backstroke, 100 breaststroke, followed by 100 freestyle. 16 laps in total in our short course pool. And something we mention super frequently is just the importance of those skills here when you consider we have 15 turns and we change stroke 4 times. We'll often see changes in our leaders throughout, depending on people's strengths. As we've just seen here, Ethan Gately pushing his way through into that front running position there in the backstroke leg. Looking like he's doing this backstroke leg pretty comfortably. Just keeping that nice consistent stroke rate going through. As we hit that halfway point. Moving his way up into second place here is Luca Yao from Caulfield Aquatics. We saw some great racing by his sister last night in our final session. As we come up to the end of the breaststroke leg, it is still that middle lane, Ethan Gately of Flyers Swim Club. He's got quite a substantial lead, and we usually see that lead almost double with that change into the freestyle leg, freestyle being a much faster stroke than the breaststroke. So Ethan with about a 15-metre gap between himself and the other boys in the field. Tao He in 5, sitting in 2nd, and super close between Bryce, Scott and Jack Hocking, with just 75 metres left to swim for those boys. Last minute surge by Jack Hocking over in lane 6, trying to overtake Tao He in 5 as those guys turn for their home straight, but it will be Ethan Gately coming under the flags here to take out our first heat of the time final men's 12 to 14 years 400 metre individual medley. His time 5:36.87. Second onto the wall, Tao He, 5:49.90, and then third was Bryce Scott, 5:50.04. Boys from Heat 2 in the water now. Bit of a spread across the pool here in the butterfly leg. Looks to be the swimmers on the outside lanes, lane 8 and lane 0, Alexander Capral Barbosa and Yong Law. With that early speed coming through into the touch. It will be close. Looks like lane 8. Most of these athletes in the backstroke leg will try and be fairly light on those legs. You won't see too much of that bubbling white water at their feet like you would in a 100-metre backstroke race, or even like a 200-metre backstroke event. You'll probably see it a lot heavier, as this is a 400. We still have the breaststroke leg coming up. Super dominant and heavy on those legs. You're going to be really feeling it after that. And you want to have some legs left in that freestyle as well, to try and bring it home with a bit of a 100-metre dash at the finish. So it is still Alexander out in lane 8, the swimmer from Yarra Plenty Waves. We usually see a little bit of a movement from a few of those central lanes as we hit the breaststroke leg. Quite often those great breaststroke swimmers make fabulous IM swimmers. We've just seen a little bit of a change in leader again here. So that far side of the pool, lane 0, Yong Law. A swimmer from Laverton Wyndham Aquatics. Just see that super long glide, beautiful undulation there as he drives forward in his breaststroke. Also starting to pick up the pace here, Patrick Whitwood out in lane 7. He's come up alongside Alexander Cabral Barbosa in 8. So there's a bit of a challenge going on. I think Yong has the slight advantage being all the way over in lane 0. Sometimes a little bit harder to see those sneaky outsiders. As he has a bit of a look across the pool on that turn into the freestyle. So Yong Law leading us through, Patrick Whitwood sitting in 2nd and Alexander still in 3rd. We'll see if Patrick can chase down Yong in this freestyle. Definitely appears to be making up some ground. He turned from the breaststroke leg 2 seconds behind, and on that wall, he's closed that gap down to 0.3 with a fast feed around on the tumble turn. As our leaders come into their final wall of the 400. 25 metres left to swim, both breathing towards one another. Yong might have just picked up that speed. Who's going to get there first? It will be Patrick Whitwood in a time of 5:25.46. Yong Law in 2nd, 5:25.64. And then Thomas Sahar speeds down that final leg of the freestyle to finish 3rd from heat 2. As we come into the 50-metre turn here of our butterfly leg, not super surprising to see your leader in lane 4, Oscar Magalotti. We saw him perform in that 200-metre butterfly last night, picking up that silver medal. Going out quickly with him is our swimmer over in lane 8 from Mildura, Jack Leal Kaiser. He did a massive personal best swim last night in his 200 fly as well. he dropped about 8 seconds overall between his seed time and his finals performance. So really strong butterflyers, and doing that 200 fly gives these guys a little bit of an advantage in those distance events. We know they are going to have strong second halves. Anyone that can perform in a 200-meter butterfly would not discount them in any longer race. Lots of challenging aerobic training sets occur to be able to perform in that race. So those two still out in front, got quite a lead here into the second half of the backstroke. It is Oscar Magalotti and Jack Leokaiser. So Oscar turns into that breaststroke first. Kept that backstroke really smooth, nice long distance per stroke. The race is on between the next three swimmers for that third place spot. Out of heat 3, there's not a lot separating Kaylin McGee as well as Daniel Vince and Nicholas Antonello. So Jack looks to have made up a little bit of ground in the breaststroke here. Coming through nicely, Daniel Vince in lane 6. Those guys definitely closing the gap a little bit on our leaders throughout the breaststroke, but they hold on to that 1-2 position. It's 4, then 8, followed around by lane 6 with 100 meters left to swim. Jack Leokaiser has travelled all the way down from Mildura. I'm hoping his ex-coach, Josh Barilla, managed to get himself up out of bed to watch this one, because this is going to be a great time for him. As he storms home in the freestyle leg, he has well and truly taken over control of this race. That entry time of 5:32. See you later. 5:10.06. Massive, massive personal best there. Oscar Magalotti, 5:13.36. Will take second in that third heat. And then Daniel Vince in third, 5:15.40. We've got the boys in heat 4 underway now. A couple of these swimmers backing it up from last night's heavy program for those 14-year-olds. Harrison Main leading us through, picked up a couple of golds in the bag last night. Dominant swim in that 200 freestyle. Going out quickly on the other side. Lane 1, Anjay Lamb. Really strong through that butterfly leg for Harrison Main. Looked over to the team from Wodonga City. A few little smiles and nods. They're happy with the pace he's setting early on. Can see a few stronger breaststrokers in this field. So with that 100-meter breaststroke leg, there is time still to make up that gap. It might look like a long way, but anything can change in these 400 IMs. So keep in mind, this is a timed final this morning, so these guys aren't looking for a spot to come back tonight. They are trying to post their quickest possible time to be in amongst those medalists from this morning's session. Being day 3 can be a little bit more challenging to get those personal bests on the board. We'll also see a few swimmers missing from particularly these longer distance races. When we consider these guys have been racing 2 days straight, they're massive, massive sessions. Can be at the pool up to 10 hours a day between heats and finals, swims and relays. I know a couple of these athletes didn't get out of here till about 10 p.m. last night. So it would have been straight home to bed for them, trying to catch up on some rest, recovery being such an integral part of what these guys do day in, day out. As we're just watching Kepi Snyder's over in lane 3, closing the gap on Anjay Lamb in 1, swimming from propulsion. Harrison Main remains the leader. Looks like it's going to be a fast swim from him. Turned around that 342, I believe, was feet on the wall time. So and we know he's a strong freestyler, so this is going to be a big gap to close. Not sure if Anjay is going to get there. Harrison now, 50 meters left to swim. Just taking a look across my program at our fastest seeded entry time is our visitor Tay Parky. Tay's entry swim was a 4:52.73. So this is going to be quick from Harrison Main in that 440s area. As he comes down to touch here, it's 4:43.90. Super, super solid. Gives himself a little bit of a nod there. Thumbs up over to team commentary, Carly. I love it. Second onto the wall, Anjay Lamb, 4:59.81, and Kepler there in third, 5:02.52. So these guys in the following heat, we're taking a bit of a glance at those times. They know what the standard is now. That is your time to beat. 4:47.94. Alrighty, so we've got heat 5 of 6 of our time final. Boys 12 to 14-year-olds, 400 metre IM in the water now. Couple more of those well-known names from this weekend. Once again, early on, those outside lanes leading us through. It will be Yixin Jiang out in lane 9. Taking us around after that butterfly. Not far behind him onto the turn was Aston Wilson, the swimmer from Surrey Park, out in lane 7. And it looks like we might see our first change of lead in the backstroke leg. So lane 9 in the fly, but Aston here in lane 7, moving his way up, as is Archer Marsland, the swimmer from Traralgon, swimming out of lane 6 side by side with Aston. So a little bit easier to pick up your pace when you've got someone right next to you in a 400 IM. Can be a little bit disheartening if you're further back. And now Aston Wilson really picking it up in this breaststroke leg. It's looking like a super nice swim from him. Just starting to pull away from Archer and Yixin. Also on the other side of the pool, Arjun Chahal also having a good breaststroke 100 here. As we come down to turn now, 100 freestyle leg left to go. They're out a little bit slower than Harry Main was in our previous heat, so There's work to be done in this next 100 if they want to take over that lead position. Just 50 metres left to go now. Aston Wilson, Surrey Park, leading us around, not far behind. Archer Marsland in lane 6. Nixon Jiang in 9 is still sitting in that third place spot. So those three boys, your leaders from pretty early on, no one's really made up a lot of ground on those guys. And I don't think they're going to as we turn for that final 25. There's the time set by Harry Main. So these guys a little bit off the pace, but Archer Marsland, what a fantastic final 50. I reckon he's going to get this one. So come down onto that touch. The time there, 5:00.45, just ahead of Aston Wilson. He did so much of the work there. Some more really fantastic personal best times though. Big drops from the boys, and Yixin Jiang finishes in heat 5 in third. The time of 5:04. So that brings us now heat 6. The big guns. Tay Parky, the swimmer from New Zealand, in lane 4. Said he's having a fantastic time over here in Melbourne, making a lot of new friends. And at the end of the day, that's really what sport is all about. The friendships you make, taking you through the rest of your life. He's had a fantastic championships. He'll be going home with a stack of gold medals. I hope he got extra luggage. And he's already looking really, really strong here as we come down to the turn for the first 50. He's going to lead us around. Going through second there, Ben Merrilees of Tiger Sharks. Followed through by Cody Said of Traralgon. So not a lot of change at the 100 metre mark. There's still Tay Parky of the North Wave team. He certainly looks like he's going to be the one to beat here. Still close between Ben Merrilees and Cody Said. And over in lane 1, sitting in 4th place is Leo Nolan of Melbourne Swimming Club. He's having a nice backstroke leg here. I would keep an eye on this side of the pool though. A couple of really good breaststrokers in the mix as well. Halfway through here. That second 50 was a really nice one from Ben Merrilees. Closed a little bit of that gap that Tay Parky had, but look at Tay just shoot into lift-off mode here. Nice long underwater split stroke there. If you can be efficient on those underwaters, just save those legs, that shin fatigue a little bit there. In breaststroke, we get the advantage of being able to complete one butterfly kick, one dolphin kick under the water off each wall. So still Tay Parkey. He's going to turn now. 100 meters left to swim. His turn time 3:36. Fastest 300 meter split we've seen. Ben Merrilees, very similar pace to what we saw Harry go earlier, our current leader at this point in time, but looks like Tay Parkey might be the one to take out the 400 IM for 12 to 14-year-old boys. He's got just 50 meters left to swim now. Cody said making up some ground on Ben Merrilees. Jacob Chester shifted himself up into fourth, which would be third Victorian out of this heat, but it all comes down to times. Timed final. The team from Ivanhoe Swim giving Leon Vidal the wave of support here. And down to finish though for Tay Parkey. That time there, 4:39.70. Cody said might get his hand on just in front of Ben Merrilees there. Great freestyle leg from here, 4:48.07. So I think that's just behind the time set by Harrison. I thought it was a 4:47. And then Ben Merrilees finishes in third, 4:48.26. Fantastic results from the boys this morning. As we move right along here, event 23 about to hit the water. This is the boys 17-18 years 100 meter butterfly. A little bit of splash and dash. Such a powerful event, the 100 fly. So a couple of empty lanes here, missing out on our fastest qualifier. Opens up some spots in tonight's finals. Keep in mind those top 10 athletes coming back to race from 5 p.m. this evening. This morning, all about putting together a solid swim to qualify. So it was Alan Liang from CGGS Aquatic in lane 5 who took us out quickly. That first 50 meter split, 26.82. Mayan Baskar in lane 3, sitting up nice and high in the water here. He's currently in second, and Jacob Matsuka in third as we finish there. So Alan, 56.55, takes out heat 1. Heat 2 up and racing quickly was lane 4. Daniel Savitoris of Surrey Park. We've seen a lot of those Surrey Park guys be really skillful on their underwaters. This race looking like no exception. Going along quickly, Dmitry Soroklatov from Western Aquatic in lane 3. Looks like he'll turn in second there. And third from lane 0 was Joshua Carnes. Great 200 metre swimmer, Josh. Nice to see him doing some sprint here as we come down to that final lap. Your lead stays the same. Looks like it will be Daniel. It's a quick time. 55.41. Dimitri, 56.09. And then Joshua, 57.12. Third heat hits the water now. This is the last of our circle seeded heats. So you'll still see those top 10 ranked athletes swimming out of the middle 3 lanes. James Luina, great skillsman in lane 4. Rupert Sutherland having a really nice second 25 here. Not a lot between them on the turn. But those underwaters, look at the difference they make. It's a nice turn there by Jack Gibson. James Luina's teammate from MLC. All about timing onto that wall though and taking out heat 3. James Luina holds on, 56.99, just ahead of Jack Gibson, 57.05. So our fourth and final heat in the water now. Some very long underwaters there. We do have the ability to go all the way through to that 15-metre rope off every wall. And 15-metre mark on the lane lines. Alexander Younger from St Leonard's. Just getting his hands onto that turn narrowly in front of Ned Wilson. Those guys almost stroke for stroke down the third 25, but Alexander much better off that final wall. Pulls himself to a half body length lead. And it looks like he will take out the fourth heat. That time there, 58.97. Ned Wilson, 100.21. And then Thomas Radford, 100.61. And we are now up and racing for event 125, the men's 16-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. We have just the 3 heats of boys in this race. Your fastest qualifier, swimming out of lane 4 here, that's Sam Welsh of Camberwell Grammar Aquatic. We saw our first golden draw last night from Sam in the 100-metre freestyle for the 16 years boys. And he's looking pretty comfortable as we turn at the 75 there. Really controlled stroke rate from Sam. Ollie McCormack in lane 5 looks to be sitting in that silver spot right on the hip of Sam. And just starting to make a little bit of shift up now is James Gargano. $50 meters left to swim for the lads here. Sam Welsh still in the lead. Oliver McCormack sitting in second. Tom Urquhart over in 3. Just might have pushed his way up into 3rd here. Does a bit more of that longer distance freestyle, so seeing him have a little bit of a comeback, but it is Sam Welsh as he looks to time 154.99. Pretty solid heat swim. I think Ollie McCormack's touchpad hasn't gone off there. He's looking a little bit confused, but I believe he got his hand onto the wall second. Not to worry, we are one of the only facilities in the Southern Hemisphere that utilizes Hawkeye technology to make sure that we get all of those correct times. So that is our timing system through our videos and our camera technology. It's all done via computer. It means we don't need those timekeepers. There's no margin of human error. So your leader pretty comfortably from heat 2 of our 3 heats this morning is George Wang. Now if you want skills, this guy is going to show you them. It's always great off the walls. Just breathing every stroke there. Sitting through in second, looks to be Henry Allen. He's gone with the funkies this morning. No race suit, so he's pretty confident in his chances of making that final. He'll touch in second there, but George 153.42. He sets the pace here this morning. Henry Allen 157.02, and then Jaden G from Cheltenham Swim Club over in lane 3 touches the wall third. So it's our third and final heat in the pool now. Missing lanes 4 and 5. It's going to cause a bit of a gap. So really nice opportunity for a few of our lower seeded athletes to get a shot in a final swim this evening. Meters in, and it is our visitor from the Northern Territory, Samson G, over in lane 3. Fiery start there, 55.42 was the turn time. Ewan Lockmer in lane 6 from Propulsion. Sitting in second. Saw early on Coach Marcus on the other side of the pool, already giving him a bit of a wave. And then it will be Cody Bird in lane 7, turning in third. But it is still G in 3, storming down this final lap. It's a fast swim, 152.83 for Samson G. Yuan Lockama over in 6th, second, 159.76. And then Riley Lowe from Traralgon touches in a third there, 200.83. Alrighty. We move along now to the next event on the program this morning, 127. This is the boys 15-year-olds 200-meter freestyle. We're just waiting for the swimmer in lane 4 to make their way over behind the blocks. Harry Heath, fastest seated time. Wouldn't want to miss out on this one, going in ranked first. As always, off that start and underwater, Eli Billman. Absolute textbook, beautiful butterfly. So we see him really excel on those underwater fly kicks. It's looking very smooth early on in his 200 freestyle as well. You can have that easy speed in the first 50. It's always going to pay off when we get to that second 100. Having a little bit left in the tank, but it's a wall of 4 between those center lanes. Eli, Harry, William Tan in 5, and Liam Brown, another one of our visitors from the Northern Territory, in 6. Absolutely nothing separating these guys as we come towards that 100-meter turn. Looks like Harry Heath just trying to pull away a little bit here. So the boys now 30 metres left to swim. Liam Brown from the Northern Territory has taken over in front here. Got a little bit of a gap between himself and the boys in the centre. Eli Billman making a little bit of an attack down the final 25, as is William Tan. He shifted his way into second. So it will be Liam Brown. He'll touch the wall there in a time of 155.29. William Tan picks up second, 156.27, and Eli Billman third, 156.38. Keep your eye on those times this morning. A lot more athletes swimming out of this 15-year-old age group than we saw in our 16s. So it could be a spicy final to make. We do have 5 heats of the boys 15-year-olds in the water now. Is heat 2, and it was a super long underwater from out in lane 9, Lemuel Janasa. swimmer from Nunawading stayed under the entire 15 metres there, but already pushing through to the front is Luca Brown. Bit of a 200-metre specialist, Luca. Beside him, Adonis Giotopoulos, swimming from Caulfield. We always see him in these freestyle events, really dominate throughout. And then out of lane 6, we've got Bart Aporowicz of Melbourne. He picked up a gold medal last night. Really suited to those sprint events, pushing out into this 200. So he's just come up alongside Luca Brown. It's a race of 3 from those middle lanes. Adonis still in the mix too. Luca just has a little bit of a look to both sides to see where those other boys are. He was probably a little faster off the wall there. It's the training partners from Melbourne coming along side by side. Adonis breathing the other way, so he probably hasn't seen these guys sort of shoot off a bit in that second last 25. But he can see them now, and he's making a little bit of a late run for it. Luca wants to get his hand on the wall first this morning, though. That time, 1:55.69. Adonis 1:56.35, and then Bart 1:56.85. So a couple more of those 1:56s there. I think that's going to be about the standard to qualify for this final tonight, and it's going to be a close one between a lot of those boys. See what we can do later on this evening as we move on to Heat 3. Lewis G in lane 4 from Nunawading. Really powerful on that first 50. Gianluca Paradiso in 3. Sitting in 2nd, and Zachary Shearer in 5. The South Gippsland Bass iconic purple cap there, also in the mix. A nice turn and underwater from Louis G. As he just starts to pull away here, coming into that 150-meter turn, looking very in control of this third heat. Still fairly close between Zachary and Gianluca. Those two feet nearly hit the wall at the exact same time here, but looks like Zachary might have a little bit more left in the tank down the final 25, although no one is catching Lewis G as he hits the walls there in another 156, so 156.66. Zachary Shearer 158.39 and Gianluca 159.21. So our second last heat of boys, 15 years, 200 freestyle in the water now. Lane 8, Terrence Tang of Doncaster Templestowe. He was out in a 27.65. Following around onto the wall from lane 3 was Gordon Chen of the Ringwood Swim Club. And Gordon just picking up that pace on the second 50. He'll take over the lead. Just like Lucas Kay might have got his feet on the wall almost in second. Just 1/100th between him and Terrence. So this third 50 where it's all happening. A couple of the other boys trying to bring themselves back into this race. I think Lucas Kay there looking very nice throughout that third 50. If he can maintain this speed and momentum, he might overtake Gordon Chen in this final leg. Billy Fisher on the other side of the pool as well. He's joined the party here, turning in third there, really picked it up. So it's almost a straight line across the pool. Billy Fisher, though, flying down this final 25. He rips into that 6-beat kick. He'll get on the wall there first in a time of 2:04.59. Lucas Kay finishes up second, 2:05.65. And then Lucas Campbell, 2:06.58 to finish third. So you might notice every now and again we just have a slight delay before the start of our races. That is because we are the only state and the only place in Australia to run a competition or a major competition with 2 pools running simultaneously. So we have this pool, our Los Angeles pool, and we also have our Brisbane pool going together. Our girls and boys races on at the same time. So every now and again we just have to wait for the other event to start. Otherwise it could get a little bit confusing with lots of swimmers on the blocks at the same time. So the boys in heat 5 here, 5th and final heat. Just the 4 swimmers across the pool. Bowie Jones in 5 is going to lead us around at the 100-metre mark. He'll turn in a 59.79, just under that minute mark. Following him through was William Graves, swimming out of lane 4. And then his teammate from Surrey Park, Harrison Baxter, turned in 3rd. So good third 50 by William. Come up alongside Bowie there. It's going to be nice and tight on this final turn. Looks like William might have just got his feet over a little bit quicker. Bowie better off the underwater. And now the race is on. William breathing towards Bowie, Bowie breathing away, and William seems to have that momentum. I reckon he might get that one. And he does. 2:05.52. Bowie Jones 2:05.74. And then Harrison Baxter 2:09.71 to close out event 27. So let's halve the distance and up the pace. As we move on now to event 129, the boys 100 metre freestyle in the water, heat 1 of 5. Your fastest qualifier swimming out of lane 4, Jacob Riches of Geelong. Jake was pretty excited by picking up a couple of medals last night, but even more excited to get underway with these sprint events this morning. Skills have been a big part of Jake's training over the last couple of years, so it's good to see him getting off those walls well. He used to be nicknamed Noodles, as he had very sloppy spaghetti underwaters, didn't hold a very nice tight streamline, so he showcased that improvement here. He will touch in first from heat 1, 55.07. Second there onto the wall, Liam Paulson, 55.39, and then Alfie Conterno touches in third, 56.19. So pretty even spread across the boys here. Looked like feet to wall first was Harrison Main. And he is just smashing out this second 25. Sitting in second, looks like it's Leo Nolan, and then lane 9 also up there, Harvey Lee. So this third 25, we're starting to see a couple of these other boys come up into the mix. Hugo Carson with a strong leg there, as did Garen Lim. But Harrison Main has had a fantastic weekend. He'll come down under the flags. He'll take out heat 2. Looked like Leo Nolan finished in second. So 55.14 for Harry. Leo 56.52, and then Garen touches in third, 57.35. Heat 3 storming up the pool in lap 1. It is Harry McCraw in lane 4. Doing the work early on. Some nice underwater from him. Noah Chappell, Melbourne Vic Centre, swimming alongside in lane 5. And then it's teammate Julian Birch from Melbourne Swimming Club as well in 3. Looks to be sitting in third. I think Harry McCraw might have done enough, though, to just hold off a fast approaching Noah Chappell down this final 25. Those times there, 55.25 for Harry, 55.99 for Noah, and then 56.20 for Julian. Heat 4 of 5 into that 50-metre turn. It is Thomas Markham, another one of those Northern Territory lads, leading us out the centre of the pool. Training buddies, Caulfield Aquatics, They've all just brought themselves back in on that third 25. Looks like Titus Tang sitting in second. It's going to be Benjamin King who touches in third. But Thomas Markham, 57.06 to take out heat 4. Which brings us now to heat 5 of 5. Just the 3 boys in this last heat. Zachary Paulak, Noah Warner and Damien Usen Lee. So that rounds out the men's 14-year-olds 100-meter freestyle. Super close finish across the board there. But it was Zachary Paulak who takes out the 5th heat. All those boys sitting on the 100 mark. Time to slow it down a little bit. We move away from our freestyle into event 131. This is the men's 13-year-olds 200-meter breaststroke event. 8 long laps of breaststroke. We've got 8 split strokes, 7 touch turns, 200 breaststroke. A very skillful race. 3 heats of the boys here in the water. Heat 1, Yixin Jiang out of lane 4. We saw him earlier on this morning. He's backing it up now from that 400-meter individual medley. Not a lot of time in between, so a big effort from him, but great-looking breaststroker there. Sitting in second, Jaden Zheng from Ringwood. And then it's Andrew Spencer in 6th, currently in 3rd. So those lead 3 still comfortably in front, Yixin Jiang. There's about a stroke separating each of them, but Yixin really good on those underwaters. Jaden probably makes up a little bit of ground on each lap with the actual breaststroke swim element. You can see Yixin, that longer stroke, really big glide. As our leaders onto this last lap, Jaden just picked up that stroke rate. You can see him having a cheeky look out the corner of his eye. He is making up a lot of ground. I have a feeling it's just a little bit too late of a run as Yixin finishes there. That time, 2:38.81. Jaden, 2:39.33. And then Andrew Spencer, 2:44.26. from our boys in Heat 1. So similarly to Heat 1, we're sort of seeing that same spread across. Lane 4 leading us through there, Quinn Richards. Lane 5 sitting in second, Aston Wilson. And then it's Kai Witt in third. So no change to those leaders. On this third 50, Aston Wilson might be making up a little bit of ground on Quinn Richards. It's also been a great swim from out in lane 1, Tom McMahon from Geelong Swimming Club. He seems to be just overtaking Kai Witt, or at least getting very close to that third spot here. But down to that final turn, Quinn Richards, still your leader from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic. Aston Wilson sitting in second. And then the battle on for third. Quinn's time there, 2:36.56. Aston 2:41.69, and it will be Tom McMahon who picks up the third from Heat 2, 2:49.90. Breaststroke for 13-year-old boys, third and final heat in the water now. We saw some great breaststroke swims across this weekend from the swimmer out of lane 4, Echuca Swimming Club, Luca Cornelia. Making it look very easy. I am liking Arjun Chahal's breaststroke in lane 5. Super long on that glide. Just see very efficient stroke here. Really well suited to that 200 meter distance. Not overworking, not overdoing it. Should probably expect to see these guys start to pick up their pace, particularly in the middle of the pool down this third 50. Luca there, keeping that head so still, driving forward, but Arjun very close beside him as they turn. 1 lap left to go. Those touch turns make it super easy to see where the people next to you are. These guys don't really look like they're holding much back for our heat swim this morning. Wanting to get one of those center lanes for tonight's final as they come down to touch here, and it will be Luca just ahead of Arjun. That time there, 2:37.25. Arjun 2:37.72. And then third onto the wall was Peter Trin, 2:45.36. It's our little superstars in action now, the 12-year-old boys. They're in the water for event 133, their 200-meter breaststroke. We just have 2 heats of our boys' 12-year-olds. So these top swimmers trying to get themselves in that top 10 for a little opportunity of a final swim tonight. And it is lane 6 and 7 setting the pace here. Joshua Koh and Yong Law from MLC Aquatic and Laverton Wyndham. They've pushed through the first 25. Josh Koh went into the wall in front, but Thomas Poppins had a fabulous underwater, pushed himself through at the 100-meter turn into that lead, and we're just seeing Han Tang Wang in 4 start to make his way back into the race. It looked like he had a bit of a look at the board there to see what time he's doing. Might be just checking in with his pace, but it's a bit of a strategic swim. He has just claimed that lead. Thomas Poppins, very good on those split strokes. Went in behind, came up alongside. So it's Han Tang and Thomas. Looks to be Han Tang out in front, surging onto that wall. He'll take out heat 1. Thomas Poppins in second. Those times 247.97, 248.78, and Yong Law finishes in third, 251.12. The 12-year-old boys heat 2 underway now. And straight off the bat, those 3 lanes in the middle of the pool leading us through. Lachlan Bull, 37.0 turn time. Jaden Tran from Traralgon in second. And Patrick Whitwood in lane 5, sitting in third. So Lockie Bull there, just looking super, super comfortable. Making his way up through the field on that far side, lane 2. Benjamin Nolan, he has swiftly caught up to Patrick Whitwood. And I think he's just pushed himself into third. So Lockie Bull will turn for that final 50 as our leader, well and truly. He'll be looking to secure a nice speedy time, set that pace for tonight's final, ensure he gets one of those 2 golden lanes in the middle of the pool. Jaden Tran in second, and then Benjamin Nolan turns in third. But no one is catching this boy, Lachlan Bull. Really, really comfortable 200-meter breaststroke from him this morning. The time, 2:44.27. Jaden Tran touches in second there. It's a bit of a look up at the board. 2:53.88. And then Patrick Whitwood come back to secure that third spot there, 2:59.59. Listener from Cardinia Piranhas. And it's the big lads back again as we move along in the program. Event 137 ready to go behind the blocks. This is the boys 17, 18 years, 200-meter freestyle. Fastest qualifier in this event. Swimming out of lane 4, it's Liam Malloy of Cheltenham Swimming Club. Some fierce competitors though throughout this field. going to be a pretty hotly contended race, I would imagine. Let's see what these boys can do this morning. So already those golden lanes pushing us through in the first 50 there. Liam Malloy, Campbell Wilson Moran turning in exactly the same time, 25.91. Liam looks like he's just having a little bit of breath towards Campbell. He comes off those walls slightly in front, and then on the swim, Campbell just mowing him down as they come into the wall. So will be interesting to see what this third 50 holds. Looks like Campbell got around quicker there. He's got now about a 0.2 lead on Liam. I must say, both of them looking fairly comfortable here. And then just sitting behind is Ethan Ravensdale in lane 3. From Nunawading, but that was a really, really nice underwater from Campbell as we came into this final 50, and he's just picked up the pace, shooting away. There's a bit of a look to his left to see if Liam's going with him. So those two look like they'll be comfortably through to this final. Campbell really picked it up in that last 50 metres. Bit of a glide onto the wall there from Liam. I have a feeling a slight heat swim from him this morning. The time by Campbell, 151.24. Liam Malloy, 153.26. And then Ethan Ravensdale, 154.32. Heat 2 underway. Ashley Nichols from Traralgon in 4. Up and racing, really fiery in that first 25. Going out with him over into Ross Skiotis. There's not a lot between the boys on this side of the pool. Lane 6, 7 and 8. So through to that 100 metre turn, Ross in our lead position, 0.2 behind Ash. Those guys super similar at the halfway mark, but Ash Nichols just tearing down this third 50, the premiership quarter, and he has absolutely bagged it. Comes off that wall. Dmitry Sokolatov pushing through into third here, but I think Ash is looking too good this morning. I don't reckon those guys are going to make up the ground needed to catch him down this final 15 metres left to swim. And he'll come under the flags. A little slower than the previous heat. 153.27. Dimitri shifts his way through into second there. a strong fourth, 155.52, and then Ross in third. It's time now for the third and final heat of the boys' 200-metre freestyle for 17, 18-year-olds. Sean Hanlon in one, had the early speed in the first 25, but Daniel Savidaris in four pushes through into the lead on that second 25. So that is your leader, Joshua Carnes in five, sitting in second. Daniel's had a super strong season this year. He's got really good skills. Joshua Carnes comes up alongside him at those walls. But those underwaters, the make or break moments in our short course swimming, as these guys come to turn, 50 meters left to swim. Sitting in third, it's our visitor from the Northern Territory, James Smith. Not too far behind him, Rowan Wine of Yarra Plenty Waves, but it will be Daniel Savidaris of Surrey Park. He comes through, 10 meters left to swim. Joshua Carnes making up ground, but I reckon he might just run out of pool there. So the time 152.54 for Daniel, 152.91 for Josh, and then James Smith 154.87. And those will close off our 17-18 years 200-metre freestyle. And we move into some speedy, sprinty 100-metre individual medleys. This is the men's 16-year-old age group, event 139. We have 6 heats of boys in this splash and dash 100 IM. It is only swam short course, as it is just 25 metres of each stroke. George Huang in 4. Led us through. He had a fast transition between that backstroke to breaststroke. A lot of athletes can get a little bit caught up on that wall. Not George. He'll fly home down this final straight. Trying to go with him, Samson G of the Northern Territory. And then it'll be Ollie Kingston in lane 6 from Yarra Plenty Waves, who touches in third. Nice little mention out in lane 0, fourth onto the wall, Timothy Roach. Always good to see those sneaky outside performances. And if you're in one of these circle-seated heats, the top heats, and can get your hand on the wall, top 3, you're almost guaranteed a spot in the final. So anyone coming fourth, there is that chance. Especially if we look across, there's still a few athletes missing. Always opening up doors for a finals opportunity. And away they go. Splishy splashy. Luke Gallagher looked like he got underway really well from lane 3. a swimmer from Ballarat GCO, but it is Sheng Hao Jin in 6th with the superior backstroke. So many changes occur in these 100 IMs depending on your strengths. As we see Tom Urquhart absolutely charge down this breaststroke. So we've had about 3 lead changes, I should say. Hopefully no one doing a lane change. 3 lead changes after 3:25s, but it will be Tom Urquhart finishing strong in the freestyle to take out heat 2. I think Sheng got his hand onto the wall second there, just in front of Luke Gallagher. Last of our circle seeded heats in the water here. The swimmer from New Zealand, Hans Horfe. Looks to be taking us out there, 27.55. He's just in front of Patrick Lee. Swimmer from Melbourne Swimming Club. And then coming through into the breaststroke there, from Surrey Park in lane 5 was Adam Alhefni. And Adam, great freestyle. He's almost going to get the win here, but I think he just ran out of pool. So Hans 101.32, Adam 101.35, and Patrick 101.95. Was a beautiful underwater from the swimmer in lane 7 there, Max McKenzie of St Leonard's College. And he will maintain that lead he gained from lap 1 as he turns into this breaststroke leg. Here comes Brian Wong though, swimmer in lane 5 from Nunna. Really quick on that stroke rate. Shifts his way into first there. The boys turn for the final 25. Not a lot separating the guys on the far side of the pool, lanes 1 and 2, Will Panozzo and Cody Bird. Can they catch up to Max McKenzie? But it will be Brian Wong, 102.57, Will Panozzo 103.19, and Max 103.31. Heat 5 of 6 hits the water now, underway quickly. Like Owen Kruger swimming out of lane 4. And he also holds that lead. Coming into the breaststroke leg, the swimmer from Westbourne, Jaden G, having a nice breaststroke leg here though. He's going to push through, take over that lead. Kaiden Lin also doing well from this far side of the pool, lane 7. You know, Jaden, great freestyle sprinter, and here he goes, showcasing that right now, over a body length on the other boys. That time there, stopping the clock at a 1:02.96. Kaiden Lin finishes in second, 1:04.79. And then William Upston, 1:04.83. So our sixth and final heat gets underway here of the 16-year-olds 100 IM. Just the four swimmers in the pool for this race: Patrick Brown, Riley James, Ashley Waddell, and Casper Chichi. Apologies if I've said that very wrong. But it will be Patrick Brown from the Northern Territory leading us through at the halfway point, 28.88. His time on the turn. Looks like it's going to be a really good swim for him. He's holding through this breaststroke from a fast approaching Riley James in lane 4. Look at that thumping freestyle kick though down this final leg. 5 meters left to swim for Patrick Brown. His entry time of a 1:07, well, he's just blown that out of the park. 1:03.49. He'll take out heat 6. Following him into the wall was Riley James, 1:06.34. In the water event 141, this is the 100-meter IM for the 15-year-old boys. We also have 6 heats in this event this morning. And it is those Nana boys leading us through at the 50-meter mark. Harry Heath, Louis G. Looked like Louis onto the wall first, but Harry really nice underwater. Pulling himself away on the breaststroke leg. It's going to come down to the freestyle, but Harry Heath pretty commanding here. Max Malone over in 2. He's brought himself into this race in that 25 breaststroke. Had a nice change over to the freestyle. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch Harry Heath though as we come down under the flags. It will be Harry first onto the wall. That time there, 1:00.08. Max Malone, 1:00.89. And Lewis G, 1:01.43. And there are those skills that we talk about so frequently in these short course races. Darwin Param in lane 4, another one of those Nunawading medley boys. We've seen some great IMs produced from the Nunawading Swimming Club. Darwin looking so good here. Massive lead on the other boys in this heat. Looks like Milo Dressel de Bruin sitting in second. Will Luo in 5 in third. Those guys are going to be really close onto touch, but it will be Darwin. 58.68. Super, super solid. He's dominated this morning. Will finishes in a 1:01.78. And then Milo, 1:01.83. Heat 3 was out pretty evenly across the board. Alfie Graves and Luca Brown just starting to change gears in this backstroke. You know, Luca, super strong 200-meter backstroke swimmer. The breaststroke, though, looks like Alfie is going to retake that lead. And they'll come into the freestyle leg. One of those Northern Territory boys having a ripper from lane 7, Liam Brown. He might swim over Alfie Graves here to take the win from Heat 3, and he does. 1:00.85, Alfie Graves. 101.30, followed onto the wall there, Luca Brown, 102.50. Alfie pretty stoked with that swim, so he put a cheeky tongue out towards the coaches. Heat 4 hits the water. Lucas K was up and swimming very fast. Xavier Walker, really nice underwater on that backstroke. Matthew Mace also had a good leg here. He'll shift himself into second from the far side, lane 1. See what these boys can do in the breaststroke. Few cheeky looks across the pool. It's starting to even up. Lucas K hits the wall first. Following him around was Xavier Walker and Matthew Mace flying down this freestyle. They are going to go 1, 2, 3. But it will be Lucas K, 103.42. Xavier Walker, 104.24, followed by Matthew Mace, 104.76. Heat 5 and off to a flying start was Raphael Rush over in 1. The swimmer from Geelong Sharks cracking out that underwater. Here comes William Simmons in 4 though. Backstroke, obviously a specialty of his, shifted his way through that field. A quick turn from Yash Kanungo in 6, but Ryan Martin looking the best of the breaststrokers from lane 7. He is charging away. You can get a little bit of a lead at the end of that breaststroke leg. As we can see, that gap just widens into the freestyle. Raphael on the other side still in the mix. It's going to be Ryan Martin followed on. Looked like Raphael Rush and then Yash Kanungo. So those are the times. 105.06 for Ryan, 105.91 for Raf, and 106.06 for Yash. In the water now, we have the 6th and final heat of event 141, the 100-metre individual medley for the 15-year-old boys. Zach McKenzie really setting us off well, but those Surrey Park caps in the centre starting to claw their way back into the race here with a nice breaststroke leg from Harrison Baxter. As we come down though, it's not going to be enough to take that win from Zach McKenzie. He'll hit the wall there in a time of 105.78. Thomas Dorat Sims in second, 106.63, and then Luca Henderson, 106.70. So as you can see, our beautiful officials and volunteers helping to put those backstroke ledges into place, getting ready for our next event on the program. It is event 143, the men's 14-year-olds 100-metre backstroke, and we have 5 heats in this event. So those backstroke ledges, they can be adjusted, so you can have them slightly under the water, in line with the water level, or slightly above, depending on where you feel suits your strengths the best. You'll notice the athletes with it up a lot higher might have a little bit more upper body strength, that ability to get themselves really far out of the water on this backstroke start. As we get underway here, your fastest qualifier in this event is Tay Parkey. We've seen Tay over and over, absolutely tearing up the pool here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. It's exactly what he's doing in this event. He's already got a body length on the other boys, and we only have 50 metres left to swim. Super close between our next 3 athletes, Samuel Hartley, Harry McCraw and Luca Liam. There is absolutely nothing between those guys. Look like Harry might have just got his feet on the wall a little in front of Luca there as we come down the final 25. There will be Tay Parkey. Lane 4 takes the win there, 57.91. Second place, Harry, 102.38, and then Luca, 102.95. They are your leaders after the first of 5 heats. Heat 2 gets underway here in the middle of the pool, the battle of the boys from the country clubs. Geelong, Wodonga City, Ballarat Gold, Bendigo East. And those two lanes in the golden lane lines there, Harrison Main, Oliver Kallio. They are stroke for stroke down this third 25. Don't think anyone's going to be catching up to them. So we hit the wall for that final lap. Harrison Main got over a little bit quicker. Oliver speeding up that stroke rate down this lap, making up a lot of ground and a lot of ground quickly, but I don't know if he's going to quite have enough room to get his hand on the wall first. Harrison Main does. It is a 59.97. Oliver 100.61 and McConnell Malone in 104.22. Couple more repeat offenders in this heat. We've seen these names earlier today. It was a great start out in lane 5. Ben Merrilees of Tiger Sharks going out with him, Liam Paulson and Alric Wong. Those boys in 4 and 6. What a speed coming out of lane 2 here though. Furbank Aquastars, Angus Yule. He's shifted his way up into that third spot. Absolutely nothing separating the boys here on that turn. Ben Merrilees, better of the underwaters. Liam Paulson shifting up gears, coming up alongside him. Ben's trying to fight him off. It's going to be timing of this touch. Makes a big difference. Didn't want to call it, but it looked like Liam might have got there. 4 100ths. It was Ben Merrilees. He did hold on. 100.46. Liam 100.50. And then Angus Yule 102.17. So this is heat 4 now of event 143, the 100-metre backstroke for 14-year-old boys. We have just one final heat remaining after this one. Out really well here early on in lane 5. Oscar Woy following him around from the other side of the pool. It was Kaylin Theodore. So a bit of a spread across the board here. We're seeing a couple of guys come through now. This is the important lap. You're trying to set yourself up with heaps of momentum leading into that final 25. And the best of that third lap was James Briffa out in 7. It's a lot of boys starting to attack on the far side, 1 and 3, but it will be 7 who gets his hand on the finish first. James, 106.82. Parker in second, 107.61. And Kaylin finishes third, 107.78. Fifth and final heat underway now. Boys 14-year-olds. Up and racing nicely. Pretty straight line across the pool. Bit of a quick stroke rate on Xavier Eagle in lane 4. Might have picked up that pace enough to turn in first at the 25. And he's just pushing through now. Trying to go with him is Daniel Vince out in lane 7 from Cheltenham. He's not too far behind. Very close, very similar on those underwaters. Both those boys popping up around the same mark on the lane rope as they come down to turn for the final lap. Looks to be Xavier Eagle followed by Daniel Vince, and sitting in third there, Maxim Hocking. Daniel really ramping up this final 25. He's doing the work, and it's going to pay off. I reckon if he times this touch, he'll take out heat 5, and he does there. 107.25, Xavier 108.08, and then Maxim in third, 109.15. Continuing on with our 100-metre backstroke events, we move now to event 145 on our program this morning. This is the 100-metre backstroke for the 13-year-old boys. In this event, we have 4 heats. All of these boys looking to secure themselves a top 10 spot to come back and race for a medal tonight in the final session. We are just waiting for a little bit of quiet at the start as there is an announcement being made. And also one of our swimmers, a little bit unsure. You must have your feet actually touching the touchpad. So we do have these backstroke ledges in the water. When you place your feet on the wall though, they must touch the touchpad. They cannot only be touching that backstroke ledge. It has to be a fair and even start. Those ledges stick out a little bit, so we don't want anyone having a slight advantage. Our incredible officials. You'll see them on pool deck, the ones in blue. We couldn't have these state championship events without them. They volunteer their time across 3 long, grueling days to come down here and support our athletes. And we are so grateful to have them and for the work they do. As we get underway now, heat 1 up and racing quickly was lane 4, Aiden Ramos. He is your fastest qualifier. His entry time of 1:02.43. And he's certainly looking like he's going to be the boy to beat. Trying to go with him in 5, Kepler Snyders. Not too far off over in lane 3, Matthew Liu. So those middle lanes already pushing through. See a slightly different technique in the 100 backstroke compared to when we saw the 200 backstrokes. We had a lot of those race last night. Bit more splash and dash here as they come down with 5 meters left to swim for Aiden. He will take out this first heat of 4. Kepler Snyders touches in second. It looked like Michael Fan might have got his hand on the wall in third there. Not quite. It was Oscar Magalotti, my mistake. So Aiden 104.26, Kepler 106.26, and Oscar 107.43. Alrighty, heat 2 in the water now. Alfred Hahn already establishing himself as an early leader. Not too far behind him was Christopher Lee, and Isaac Ismail over in 5 coming through quickly on this second 25. So 4 and 5 will hit the wall, 1, 2, followed by lane 3 in 3rd. Lots of those Surrey Park boys in this particular heat. Got about 4 of them. Always nice to be racing with people you train alongside every day. But it is Alfred Hahn as we come down the final 25. He is going to take out the second heat. Light on the touch there, cruised into that finish. 102.54. Ishaq Ismail in second, 104.37, and Christopher Lee in third, 107.84. So this is our third and the third and final of our circle-seated heats here. It was a fast start by Tom Hussey in 5. Coming through as we hit the first turn though. It looks like Campbell Mills in 4 gets his feet on just in front. He picked up a cheeky little medal last night in the 200-metre backstroke. And with half the distance, he's picking up the pace here as he comes into turn at the first 50-metre wall. There's a good underwater from Broderick Coyne in 3, but Campbell Mills still your leader. Doesn't look to be giving up any inch in that third 25. So it will come down to our last lap. And if anything, Campbell might be pulling away here. You can just see that beautiful white water of his kick there as he comes under the flags. It's going to be a quick time from heat 3, 103.73 for Campbell Mills. Tom Hussey finishes in second, 106.44, and then Broderick Coyne, 106.59. as heat 4 gets underway. This is our final heat of the 13-year-old boys 100-meter backstroke. All these guys sitting around that 1:14 entry time mark. Let's see how many personal bests we can get in this morning's heats. Always a pleasant experience coming to your state championships and being able to improve on your time. Lachlan Harris over in 2. He's really setting himself up beautifully to try and do that. As he hits the wall, his turn time there is going to be a 32.58. If he can maintain some speed here, he's going to be well under that 1:14 mark. Jacob JT Guhan in 5. He's still sitting in 2nd. His teammate Titus Xiao Wu in 4. Starting to shift gears a little bit, make up a little bit of ground, but Lachlan Harris, this is a fantastic swim from heat 4. That time's almost going to be able to put him into a final swim there. It's a 1:06.49. He'll take out the 4th and final heat. Titus Wu, 1:13.43. And then Tom McMahon finishes in 3rd. So we'll get the boys out and clear the pool now to get ready for our next event on the program. It's event 147. This is the boys 12-year-olds 100-meter backstroke. This morning's heats, we have 4 of them for you. As our officials just tightening that 15-meter rope, making sure it doesn't fall in on anyone's head. Couple of reasons for that rope at 15. Obviously, it makes it nice and easy for our officials to see how far under the water our athletes are going. They are only allowed to stay up. They must surface by that 15-meter rope. It's also there if we do have a false start or something occurs with the beginning of the race, they can drop it down to stop swimmers from completing that lap. And it looks like we are almost ready to get underway here again. So as we said, 4 heats of our boys, 12-year-olds, 100-meter backstroke. These guys all looking pretty relaxed. For most of these swimmers, 12 years old, this is probably their first state age championship race. We do start at our 12-year-olds and then move up all the way through to our 17, 18-year-old category. And it was a really long underwater there by Han Tang Wang in 5. Harry Kalergis in 4. He's going to turn in front. It's your fastest seeded entry time of a 104.79. And this is why textbook performance here already over half a body length in front on the 50-metre turn. He's setting himself up nicely, going through in a 32.60. Such a commanding lead. He knows what needs to be done to come back for a final swim tonight. Heavy programs. It is day 3. We don't want anyone to be overdoing themselves if they don't have to, so they'll be looking to put on a comfortable swim this morning and then come back this evening and smash it out of the ballpark. But this is beautiful. Harry Kalergis coming down now. He's got about 5 metres left to swim. Han Tang Wang still is sitting in second. It's going to be close on the wall for third. Looks like it might go to Surrey Park over in lane 2. We'll wait and see as it comes up. It does. So Harry 108.16, Han Tang 111.06, and Evan Niam 111.99. Off that first turn from heat 2, Archie Smythe. He's looking the goods here. Nice lead over Douglas Lee and Thomas Poppins. We've seen Thomas do some really good underwater skills throughout this competition. Archie just super dominant in the swim element. Doesn't waste a lot of time underwater. Gets up and racing. Beautiful catch. You can see him really grabbing and holding that water as he pushes through. And he'll come down onto the wall, finishing first. That time there, 105.98. Following him in was Thomas Poppins, 110.11. And then Douglas Lee finishes in third. So heat 3 in the water now, ready to go. Third of our circle seated heats and our final one of those. Really good work off that block from Chris Zhu, but it was Rain Lee in lane 6, the swimmer from Oasis Otters, who had the best underwater in the pool on the start. So those two establishing themselves early on. We noticed last night in a lot of these backstroke events, the person who led us through at the first 50 managed to hold on and actually increase their lead through the second half. So if you can get away fast, the other boys in the race probably don't really have a good chance of seeing where you are. It's a lot easier to see people behind you than out in front as we swim these backstroke events. Chris Zhu in lane 4, though, has really pushed through this third 25 and done exactly that, really increased on that lead as he comes down with 10 meters left to swim. This time looks like it might be nearly the fastest one we've seen of the morning. as it pops up there. 105.90, so very, very similar to what Archie Smythe did in heat previously. We might have a bit of a race on our hands in tonight's final. Rain Lee holds on for second, 111.58, and Fraser Blair comes home nicely, 111.75 to take third from heat 3. And it's those outside lanes getting away swiftly in heat 4 of the men's 12-year-olds 100-meter backstroke. Michael Pankin over in 7. The swimmer from Propulsion pushing himself through, leading his way onto the 50-meter turn. Not far behind Joseph McInerney of the Warrigal Swim Club. And then just behind him is Matthew Kim of Nunawading. So those three are leading us around. Michael just looking a little bit too good for the others here out of heat 4. Their entry time sitting around that 1:19 mark. Let's see how many we can get under that. But it will be Michael coming down to touch. He's led from start to finish. It's a beautiful, smooth finish from him as well. That time there, it hasn't actually gone off. So we'll wait and see. But second went to Joseph, 1:16.43. And then third, Matthew Kim, 1:18.02. So a couple of those boys well under their personal best this morning. Great job for our little 12-year-olds. We go from our youngsters of the competition to our mature senior athletes here. It is event 149, the boys 17, 18-year-olds 100-meter individual medley. We have 6 heats competing this morning for a spot in that top 10, and I think this is going to be an absolute ripper of a race. Super close. Our top 10 seeded times all under the 59-second mark. They'll be spread across the first 3 heats. So the way that works is the fastest qualifier swims out of lane 4 from heat 1. That is Felix Dressel de Bruyne of Melbourne Swimming Club, looking very serious behind the blocks here this morning. Our second fastest athlete will be in heat 2 swimming out of lane 4, and then third in heat 3 swimming out of lane 4. And then they pan out across the heats, going from lane 5 to 3 and so on. Felix is looking really nice through this backstroke leg. James Luina making up a little bit of ground. We know James really good on skills, but as was Felix there, that breaststroke. We know he's a great breaststroker, picked up some medals at Australian Age Championships. Long course earlier this year in April. He turns into the freestyle in the lead. Following him around, it's close, but looked to be Daniel Savitaris of Surrey Park. And making his way back into the mix was Joshua Wachowski of MLC. He might just out-touch teammate James Luina on the wall, but Felix, 57.07, Daniel, 58.14, and it will be Joshua, 58.56. So 4 athletes already under that 59-second mark. We are underway here for Heat 2 of the men's 17-18 years 100-meter individual medley. And throw a blanket across this field after the butterfly leg. It is super close. Really nice underwater there from Une Geisler of Nunawading Swimming Club. Coming back through quickly was Cooper Sutherland. Fighting his way into the mix now. Thomas Sutherland, great breaststroker. No surprise to see him pushing his way into that lead group after the breaststroke here. It's going to come down to the freestyle leg. Ash Nichols trying to claw his way back onto the wall. He might find second, but I don't think he's going to outdo Une. He will take the win. 58.50, Ash in second. 58.67, and then Sutho 58.90. And once again, another 4 swimmers under the minute. So it's looking like it's going to take under a 59.52 to grab a spot in the final tonight. Although this third heat's looking a little bit empty. Quite a few athletes missing. Quick start on the far side. Sam Wells. Oscar Campbell, good underwater there into the backstroke. Ethan Ravensdale going with him. Timing that turn. Not a lot between the boys there. Two lanes separate them. No need to look out though. All about keeping your eyes down. Swimming your own race and getting to that wall first. Ethan still with the lead, just over Oscar. Hugh Cran trying to claw his way back now too. Not going to get there in time. Ravensdale takes it out, 59.55. Oscar Campbell 100.25 and Hugh Cran 100.67. Heat 4 and Hunter Mace got up and racing. Fastest swimmer in this heat, and he's showing just that. Ned Wilson over in lane 0 also up with these guys. Jack Lanyon having a good backstroke leg, as was Nicholas Highland. We know he's a brilliant backstroker. Always see him floating around in those 100, 200 backstroke finals. But Jack Lanyon looks the goods in this breaststroke. He'll turn in first, following him onto the wall. Look like Shem Alusef over in 1. Another one of those speedy breaststrokers sneaking their way through the field on the 3rd lap. As we come down to the wall, I think Jack Lanyon's done enough here. He'll take out Heat 4. His time there, 102.47. Shem in second, 102.91. And Mitchell Davies, he finishes up third, 103.15. And we are into Heat 5 now. Alex Chang turns in first. Over in lane 2, 28.85, the split time there. Sebastian Smith follows him onto the wall. Some good swims from these outside lanes here as we come into our later heats. So as we come under the flags here, it will be Alex Chang. Did the work early on, held on for the win. 103.60. Teddy Ripper takes second, 104.82. And Jeremy Bertod in third, 104.89. Sixth and final heat of the boys 17-18 years 100 meter individual medley hitting the pool now. Not a lot is going to be between these boys, I imagine. All their entry times around that 106 mark. It looks like leading us through as we come under the flags in the backstroke leg. It's Matthew Golding of Ivanhoe Swim. He'll turn just in front of Owen Warrenberger. But here comes Henry, the swimmer from Cheltenham. He is absolutely ploughing down the field in the breaststroke. He's passed Owen. He's almost caught Matthew. It's going to come down to this final 25. Matty Golding breathing away, absolutely tearing down. Can he hold off Henry? I think he can. He's got about half a body length. Head down, flags to wall. It's a nice finish there. He'll go at 103.68. Henry 104.64 and Owen 106.92. And we move along from one of our more exciting, fun events of 100 IM into definitely probably something people wouldn't say is a fun event. It is event 151, the boys 16-year-olds 200 meter butterfly. Probably one of our tougher events on the program. We have just 2 heats of boys in this race. Now that means, I believe we have about 12 swimmers across the pool. So it's going to be probably not the fastest swim ever this morning. These guys will be just looking to secure a spot in that top 10. So if you can finish in that top 3 or 4 in your heat, you've got a pretty good shot of being there. 200 fly, we are looking for rhythm and consistency. It's been a big point of conversation over the last 2 days about how a lot of these athletes, those back end speed or those middle distance specialists, look like they come through and swim faster in the second half, when in fact they're actually just holding the same pace. That consistency often looks like an increased speed, but it is so easy to slow down as that fatigue sets in, particularly in a race like 200 butterfly. It can feel like the piano hits your back at some point if you overrate or go out too quickly. So these 16-year-old boys should have quite a bit of experience on their side. Some interesting names in this field. I'm enjoying seeing Henry Allen competing in a 200 fly, backstroke specialist. I think he just looked up and had a bit of a watch of the board for what the time was at there. 2 training partners in Adam Alefni and George Huang in lanes 4 and 5. They'll know what each other is super capable of as they come down to turn here at the 125 meter mark. This third 50. It is a race of 3 in the middle of the pool. Still George Huang in front. Looks like Adam just starting to pick up his pace. He might time his hands onto the wall there a little better than George did. And that's really helped him out off that wall, coming up alongside the other boy from Surrey Park there. Henry Allen still sitting in third. These guys are going to continue with this same pace throughout this final 25. I reckon Adam just going to have done enough to secure the win. as they come down under the flags. It will be Adam Alhefni, followed by George Huang and Henry Allen in third. Those times 2:12.64, 2:13.41, 2:14.84. Heat 2 underway now. Hamish Robson already looking the goods early on. Really nice butterflyer from MLC Aquatic. Riley Hodgins of DVE sitting in second, and Oliver McCormack over in 3 in third. We're seeing that nice inverted V shape throughout the pool, which is what we expect based on those entry times. Hamish Robson comes into this with a 2:06.64. Riley sitting at a 2:08. That was a very long glide into the wall from Hamish. He's very relaxed here. Good to see for that 200 fly. We're just seeing Riley might have made up a little bit of ground based on that loss of momentum from Hamish there at the 100-metre mark. Ollie McCormack looks really comfy. Still got those nice high butterfly arm strokes going on. So you know he's not hurting too much. As they come down now. 50 metres left to swim. Hamish still your leader. Riley sitting in second. Ollie in third. It will be Taj who turns in fourth. He's swimming out of lane 6 for Bendigo East Swimming Club. So you should think he could score a swim in the final tonight as well if he can hold off Tommy Golding, who's making a little bit of a late run for it here, but it's all Hamish Robson as he comes down under the flags into the wall. He'll take out heat 2 in a time of 2:09.63. Riley Hodgins in a second, 2:12.62, and Oliver McCormack 2:17.08. And continuing on with our 200-metre butterfly events, we move along to event 153. This is the boys' 15-year-olds 200 fly, and once again we have 2 heats. If you're wondering who's up and away so well there, that would be Eli Billman in lane 4, the swimmer from Ivanhoe Swim. Such a fantastic underwater specialist there. Here's our fastest seeded entrant in this event. Turning in second there, Kynan Power from Lilydale Swim Club. We've got some pretty fast records in this event, including the Victorian record held by one of our coaches on deck this weekend, Hamish McDougall. That time was a 2:01.85, so just for a comparison, Eli here His entry time is 2:11, and that is 2 seconds faster than our next quickest qualifier. But at the moment, Kine and Power in control of this race. He's trying to set up a nice heat swim this morning. Sometimes it's good to get a fast one over and done with, see what you are capable of, race to your plan, and then we can look at the execution of that and find room for improvement when we come back for finals tonight. Eli turns in second there. It looks like Thomas Nayland turned in third, just ahead of Alfie Graves. So the two boys on the far side from Nunna going side by side here. With just 50 metres left to swim. Down this final 25, Kynan Power. It's a great swim from him. Entry time of a 1:15.50, and he's just gone a 2:15, and he's gone a 2:13.93. Thomas Nayland finishes off second, 2:19.33, and then Eli onto the wall third, 2:19.44. Second and final heat of the 15-year-old boys, 200-metre butterfly. Setting themselves up nicely in those two middle lanes. Miller Stott, Brody Cargill. .200 fly though, never really won in that first 50. That second 100 is always ever so important. Talking about race strategy, this event, biggest part of the plan, get plenty of oxygen. You'll see these boys in the lead. Brody goes 2, then 1, and Miller breathes on every stroke. And they're just going to try and maintain that rhythm. You don't want to change your rating too much throughout the race and mix it up. Consistency is key as they come down to the 150-metre turn. There's absolutely nothing in it here between Brody and Miller still. Following them through onto the wall will be Scott Robinson. He's sitting in third. As the boys come down to turn for their final lap. Looks like Miller just in front. Brody coming back, not going to be enough. Miller Stott will take the win from heat 2, 2:16.30. Brody Cargill 2:16.61, Scott Robinson 2:18.27. And that concludes our boys 15-year-olds 200-metre butterfly. We keep going with our 200-metre events now, this time in the water 155. It's the boys 14-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke. Exploding off those blocks is heat 1 of 3. So it is Jacob Chester looking very dominant here. He's our fastest seeded entrant at a 2:28.89. Got control of this race early on. Gizwan Song and Gabriel Garino sitting second and third at the moment. Mark Damien Aban not far off that pace either. So let's see what they can do through this third 50 if anyone's willing to shift that gear up. It is going to take something very impressive, though, to catch Jacob Chester. As he turns into that final 50 now. Gabriel Garino in 5, sitting in second. Gizwan in third. And now with just 10 metres left to swim, this race belongs to Jacob Chester of the Surrey Park Swimming Club. He'll hit the wall first. Gabriel has made up a little bit of ground in that final 50, but it definitely wasn't enough. It's a 2:28.74 for Jacob. That's a little personal best this morning, and I reckon he'll come back tonight and swim faster than that. Gabriel 2:31.95. He beats Ji Zhuan into the wall, 2:37.26. As our top 3 from heat 1 of 3. So early on in heat 2, bit of a race of 3. Cormac Flynn, Xavier Eagle, Harold Zhu. These 3 boys, there's not really much between them at all. Xavier maybe just starting to push through a little bit. Cormac Flynn staying with him. 1:12.3, 1:12.6, 1:13.1. We can just see Xavier, he maintains that long glide. Even through this third 50 can be a little bit easier as you start to fatigue. To shorten that stroke up and start spinning the wheels a bit, but that is not the case for the boy in lane 4, Xavier Eagle. He's using this third 50 to his advantage. Maintains that glide, gets on the wall quickly there. Good timing of that turn. Absolutely nothing between Harold Zhu, Cormac Flynn. Harold better of the underwaters though. He actually might be making a little bit of ground up on Xavier here. We're going to come down to the final turn. It's going to be another fairly fast heat this morning. That time set before of 2:28. So Xavier will hold off Harold. He gets his hands on the wall first. Cormac Flynn finishing in third. 2:31.58 for Xavier. 2:33.30 for Harold. And 2:33.57 for Cormac. Heat 3 getting themselves underway here. Byron Gang in 5, out quickly. We know he loves a breaststroke sprint. The question is, can he hold on through the second 100? He'll turn in a 32.57, followed around by Leon. RJ Lamb in 6th. He's also up in that mix early on, and it's the two boys from Propulsion sitting in 3rd and 4th. So RJ Lamb and James Clare. Byron Gang still our leader here. We're just starting to see Leon push up a little bit closer, tightening that gap here. So it'll be Byron, Leon, RJ and James. Order remains the same. That 2-second gap now reduced to just under 1 point. Third 50. Probably the most important lap in the race is this one right here. And Leon is making up ground and making it up quickly. He's already up alongside Byron. There's still 50 meters left to swim. Leon will now turn in first. So that was a 2-second shift of leader within 150. RJ Lamb also starting to make up a bit of ground here too. As they come into turn, that final wall, all about holding your breath, getting that split stroke under the water. But Leon Vidal in 4. Is going to take out this third heat. Similar speed to our previous one, 2:31.65. RJ Lamb gets on second, 2:34.40. Byron Gang in third, 2:35.76. And from 200-meter breaststrokes into 50-meter freestyle, splashing down that pool is event 157. This is the boys' 13-year-olds, 50 free. Jordan Silva powering through this second 25, motoring away from the field. Christopher Lee not far behind, and Aiden Ramos having a ripper of a swim there too. He'll probably get his hand on in third. So Jordan, 26.13, Christopher Lee 27.03, and Aiden 27.23. just the 4 heats of boys in this 50 freestyle. A couple more lanes missing here. Opening up some doors for a finals swim this evening. It is the swimmer in lane 5, Daniel Collins from Flyers. Lots of breathing for a 50 freestyle, but seems to be working for him. Oh, it's going to be close on the finish though. Cole Roberts timed that final stroke to absolute perfection, and he'll sneak on in a 26.93. Daniel Collins 27.09. And then third was Ethan Jihong Lee from out in lane 8. Heat 3 hits the water. Good starts in the centre. Up and racing quickly was Broderick Coyne, but Ashton Clements had a really, really good underwater there too. Moving his way up into that lead spot, Yixin Jiang, and he's just continuing that charge down this second 25. You can just see that kick speed absolutely ripping through the water there. His time on the finish is going to be a 26.29. Ashton Clements finishes in second, 26.92, and Broderick Coyne in third, 27.23. And just the 3 boys in the pool here for Heat 4, Samuel Johnson, Andrew Spencer and Bailey Heffield. As we come onto that turn there, Samuel Johnson led the way, the swimmer from Bendigo Hawks. Andrew Spencer looks to be picking up though on this second 25. He's catching up swiftly. Bit of a wave on from Coach on the other side, and Samuel Johnson will take the win there. 28.14. Andrew Spencer 28.31 and Bailey 29.36. Now this is exciting for the future of Victorian swimming as the boys 12-year-old 50 freestylers hit the pool. We have 11 heats of boys who have qualified for this event this morning. Taking us out quickly, no surprises in the center of the pool. It's Hantang Wang, who's had a stellar weekend and he's continuing that reign here as he comes down to touch. Second looks like it might go to Archie Smythe over in 6. We'll wait for those times to pop up on the board there. 26.90 for Hantang, 27.67 for Archie, and Chris Zhu finishes in third, 27.73. A couple of the boys looking a little bit confused as to where the rest of their heat is here. That's what happens when you're 12 competing at your first state championships. Our Czech start are about to send them across, I would imagine. Here they go. we're not too concerned. The girls in the other pool are just about to start their event, so we have to wait for that to get underway to make sure we aren't hearing two starting signals at once. So here they come. A little bit of extra adrenaline for the youngsters won't do any harm here in a 50 freestyle. Some quick reactions there, but it was Thomas Poppins in lane 4. Got out and racing, absolutely firing down the first 25. He's got those good underwaters we've seen him do across the last couple of days as well. Coming through fast on this second lap though. Lincoln Hall's come right up alongside him. There's not going to be a lot of difference on the touch there. I think Thomas Poppins will hold on. 27.53, Lincoln 27.86, and Michael Pankin in third, 28.27. So as we said before, 11 heats of these boys. That means there's over 100 athletes standing around waiting for a crack at this 50 freestyle as heat 3 hits the water. Bit of a blanket across the pool. Looked like Jaden Tran got his feet over very quickly on that turn. But here comes Lachlan Bull down the second lap, showing why he is in that middle lane. Jack Hayes, Surf Coast swimmer, not too far behind. He might have picked up second there on the wall. 27.43 for Lachlan Bull. Jack Hayes 27.93. Jaden Tran 28.22. Alrighty, moving away from those circle-seated heats, we'll see a bit more of a blanket across the pool here. All of these boys sitting around that 30.5 mark. As we always mention, breaking those big barriers like 30.0, absolutely huge, particularly for these youngsters. Let's see how many 29s we might be able to get. Cooper Westwood doing everything he can to make sure he looks up and sees that 29 mark, and he has absolutely done that. Not only going under 30, but going under 29 as well. 28.96. Archie Timms out in 9, 29.34. He'll take second from heat 4. And we'll move right along now to heat 5. are all aboard the choo-choo train as Jordan Chu in lane 7 smashed out that first 25. Joseph McInnery over in lane 2. He's going to pick up the win here, though. That second lap was a ripper from him. 29.55 ahead of Jordan Chu, 29.62. And Oscar Geelan in third, 30.48. So I think we're ready to get underway now for Heat 6. These boys behind the blocks. We do have 11 heats of the boys, 50-metre freestyle for 12-year-olds. Don't fear, though, these races gone in around 30 seconds. So we are now up to our 10th heat out of 11 of our 12-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle. We've seen some cracking 50s from a few of these outsiders in the previous couple of heats here. And look at this lane 0, Wei Kai Ken. Ken having a blistering swim here from lane 0. Maybe around that 31.94 seconds. Oscar Brown in second, 32.75, and Nate Anderson in third, 32.82. Our 11th and final heat hitting the water now. Aiden Chan in lane 7, another one of those little outside smokers. He's gone out super fast in the first 25. Jack Hocking followed him around. Over in lane 3, here comes Bo D. Kex. But it will be Aiden Chan. He'll take that win there. 31.57 just in front of Jack Hocking to close out our 12-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Up next, back to our 17, 18-year-old age group. My apologies. I believe we did have a couple of athletes who might have missed their swim in this 50 freestyle earlier when we're having a little bit of complications with that check starting system. So we will allow them to swim. They are just 12 years old. Get a time this morning. So it is the Surrey Park swimmer in lane 5 who's going to take this one out. I'm not entirely sure who the boys are in this heat, as we don't have names on the board. Just trying to see if there was a name on the cap, but nothing's come up. We do have our Hawkeye system in place. Do not worry about that. Those times will come through. And now we'll move on to event 162. The boys 17, 18-year-olds back in action here for their 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats in this event. Swimming out of lane 4, fastest qualifier, Felix Drossel de Bruin. We saw him put together a really nice 100 IM earlier this morning. Bit of a shift in gears between the 100 IM and 200-metre breaststroke. Quite different races to be executing in the same session. There's a good underwater there too. Got Joshua Wachowski in lane 5. Nice 200-metre specialist, really consistent swimmer. Always great in those IM events. A lot of help from his breaststroke leg. And he always looks super relaxed in that first 50. That's something I really love to watch about Josh. It always looks like he's taking it really, really easy, and he just kind of chips away throughout the race. But it is Felix, our leader. He's also got that nice undulating stroke out the front, that good glide distance for these 200s. So at the halfway mark, that turn time 106.91, Josh Wachowski 108.65, and then Henry from Cheltenham over in lane 2. He'll turn in third, 110.54. He's just ahead of Jack Gonzalez out in lane 7 from Camberwell. So as I said, Josh starting to creep up a little bit during this third 50. Not a lot separating our leaders right now. Felix Dressel-De Bruyn, Joshua Wachowski. And Josh had a really nice underwater off that turn. Looks to have just pulled himself up in front of Felix. I'm curious to see, there's always a little bit of ego on the line in these 17, 18-year-old events over hitting that wall first, securing a lane 4 position into the final. But I think it's going to be Josh Wachowski. Too good off the walls here. A long glide onto the finish, but super comfortable. His time there, 2:21 flat. Felix, 2:21.65. Both those guys slightly over their personal best times. We'll see them later on tonight, hopefully going a little bit quicker as we move along to our second heat of 3. So heat 2 in the water, and it's Eugene 2 in lane 6 who's really set the pace here early on. He's led out the first 50 in a 31.23. Following him around was Thomas Sutherland. One of those superstar breaststrokers, competed at the Pan Pacs recently in Canberra for Australia in the breaststroke events. Mitchell Davies in 5. Sitting alongside him too. So those 3 boys out in front. Eugene still the leader as we come into the 100-meter turn. So no changes at this point. Eugene, followed by Thomas, followed by Mitchell. Sitting on the other side of the pool in 4th is Thomas Radford. But here comes Sutho, this third 50. He's going to overtake now. Real tight between Mitchell Davies and Eugene 2. Good underwater from Eugene. Mitchell picks up his rate. It's an interesting looking breaststroke, staying really quite low there. You compare it to the likes of Sutho next to him, gets that nice height on each of those breaths, really drives his body out of the water and forward. But it seems to be working for Mitchell Davies as he's flying down this final lap. It's going to be a little bit slower than the heat before. Around that 23 mark, I think. There is a slight delay on our scoreboard here. It's a 2:22.43 for Mitchell Davies, 2:23.53 for Thomas Sutherland, and Eugene 2 finishes in 3rd, 2:24.60. So it is our third and final heat of the boys 17, 18-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke. Quick start on that far side, lane 2, Ryan Chung, who was quickest off the blocks, 0.62 reaction there. Up and racing strong was lane 5 as well, Thomas Greenwood of Surrey Park. I did tell Tom prior to this race I'd be calling him out if his turns were a little bit sloppy. Always nice having those relationships you build with past athletes and seeing them continue to perform really well throughout these older age groups. As he takes over the lead here to turn at the 75-metre wall. Ryan Chung still sitting in second, and it's close for third between Teddy Ripper and Andrew Tan. Into this third 50, it is still Greenwood pushing through. And about 30 metres left to swim for Thomas Greenwood in lane 5. He comes up to that final wall. He's led from that first 50 throughout. Ryan Chung trying to hold on from some quick approaching swimmers in Teddy Ripper and Andrew Tan. They are flying down this last lap, but it will be Tom. He touches there. It's going to be a nice time around that 2:23.64. Second goes to Ryan Chung, 2:27.08. And third went to Tanny, 2:28.17. Continuing on with our breaststroke events, we move along now to event 164. This is the men's 16-year-olds 100 breaststroke, so we will see that increased stroke rate, a lot less time spent on the glide phase of the breaststroke as we halve the distance. Hugh 50 in lane 5. He flew away off the start there, and he's looking super strong. Keep your eye on lane 4, J-Lo, Jonathan Leong. Always a bit of a comeback king as we go through. It was a good turn from Oliver Kingston in lane 6 though. He's starting to build up a little bit of ground on Hugh 50, but he got away swiftly and he just continues to motor down this pool, absolutely tearing his way through heat 1. He is the one to catch on this final 25. I don't think anyone's going to get there though. Too strong, too powerful. And that time, 1:06.01. Oliver Kingston in second, 1:07.76. And Jonathan Leong in third, 1:08.26. Heat 2 in the water now. Those centre lanes were out quickly. Max Hussey, good underwater. Tom Urquhart roped him in, though, towards the end, onto the wall there. So Max, another nice underwater. Looks like Tom, once again, the faster of the actual swimmers in the pool, making up ground quickly, timing into the wall. Looks like Max will hold it as they turn at the 50-metre mark. Those two out in front, battle on for third, 4 swimmers across the field. This might be the lap that Tom overtakes. I reckon he got his hands onto the wall just in front there. Hussey, great underwater though. Just the difference those skills can make. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on. Tom Urquhart finishing swiftly. He'll get his hands on the wall in a time of 1:05.86. So a little bit faster than we just saw. Max Hussey 1:06.30, and Jared Wakefield finishes third, 1:08.43. So heat 3 in the water now. Nikolai Tropher Machine, the Big Nick Machine in lane 3, leads us around. Behind him, Louis Chien, Luke Gallagher. Those centre lanes already out in front quite substantially. Here comes Louis making up a bit of ground. It's a long gap to close. Nikolai absolutely smashed through the first 50. He's really set the pace here. The other two boys have some work to do. Louis got that super high stroke rate, but it's not going to be enough to catch Nick. The time there looked fast. It will be 1:04.58. Following on was 1:06.39 from Louis, and in third, Luke in 1:07.30. Heat 4 of 4 in the water now for the 16-year-old boys. 100-metre breaststroke. Just the 3 athletes in the field here. Kane Reynolds, Hugh Munro, Aidan Goodwin. It was Aidan Goodwin who led us out in the first 25. The other boys starting to rein him back in a little bit on this second lap. Hugh Munro sitting in second now. But super, super close there as they turn at the halfway mark. Still absolutely nothing separating these boys. Their entry times 1:14 high, 1:15 low. Aidan Goodwin looks like he was still just in front on that turn, but it was a great underwater from Hugh Munro. He is absolutely powering down, motoring his way under the flags. Timing onto that wall. He looks like he's going to get it. We'll wait and see. 1:14.56 to Hugh. 1:14.84 to Aidan. 1:15.12 to Kane. a little bit more breaststroke for your Sunday. This is event 166, the men's 15-year-olds 200-meter breaststroke. We have 4 heats in this event, and behind the blocks now is heat 1. So heat 1 well and truly underway. Your leader, Harry Heath, in the middle of the pool. Swimming out of lane 4, Harry Luo in 5, going with him, sitting on his shoulder early on. And then it's a nice tight race between Lucas Kay and Ashley Lansbury for that 3rd spot within heat 1. I've just been informed by Olympian parent Andrew Williamson, father of Sam Williamson, as he's now known to all of us, that the record holder for this particular event, the 15-year-old 200-meter breaststroke, is fellow Olympian William Petrick from Nunawading's record in a time of 2:14.73. That was set in 2019 by Will. As the boys come through now into their final lap, it is still the 2 Harrys from Nana out in front. Nana knows how to make a good breaststroker by the looks of it. It will be Harry Heath onto the finish there, followed by Harry Luo. That time, 2:24.81 and 2:26. And we've just had a little bit of a malfunction of our board, so I'm not really sure what the rest of the times were there, but they are your leaders. As we get ourselves ready, it was Ashley Lansbury who finished in 3rd from heat 1. So we move on now to heat 2. So a lot of these boys backing it up from the 100 breaststroke last night. Swimming out of lane 4 here, Milo Dressel de Bruin picked up the bronze just ahead of Andre Talarico in lane 6. So let's see how we mix things up now in the 200. Going out quickly, Tharwan Param of Nunawading in lane 3. We saw him do a really nice 100 IM just earlier, really showcasing those underwater skills off each lap. So there's not a lot separating our boys in the lead here. Looks like Tharwan still in front, but Darcy Stewart starting to make a little bit of a move up now, as is Milo. So the boys all go into that 100-meter turn. Not a lot between them. This is the 50. We might start to see a little bit of a divide. Who wants to put the foot down and go early? Or are we going to lay in wait for someone else to set the pace? You can just see Milo had a bit of a look as he come off that split stroke, and I reckon he's pushed his way into the lead here. Darwin still looks to be sitting in second. Not a lot between him and Darcy Stewart for third. And then Andre also in amongst that bunch. Hamish Evans also pulled up alongside in that 50, so he had a great second half going on here. But it will be Milo Drossel de Bruin turning for home first. Great underwaters from Darwin. Never count him out in a short course event. Those skills. Down to touch though. It will be Milo. His time there, 2:25.68. Darwin, 2:26.14. Darcy Stewart in third, 2:28.17. From our boys in Heat 2. Alrighty, the boys hitting the water now for Heat 3 of event 166. The men's 15-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. Swimming out of lane 4. Max Malone of Surrey Park. He's got the fastest time in this heat. Set it around a 2:25 point. And he's out very, very swiftly here too. He really wants to set the pace early on. Trying to go with him in lanes 3 and 5. Nathan Nye, Dax Connery. So those guys out fast early on. 31.54 was the time at the 50 set by Max Malone. Doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon. So there's work to be done by the rest of the field if they want to catch up to him in this morning's heat session. Remember those top 10 spots on the line for a final swim tonight. As we come down into the halfway mark. Looks like Dax has just moved himself up into second by a little bit more of a margin than he had at that 50-metre turn. But check out this swim by Max Malone. He's going to come into turn for 50 metres left to go. Dax still in second. Nathan Nye third. Javier in fourth. I don't think we're going to see anyone catch up to Max here. Only 25 metres left to swim. Dax has made up a little bit of ground, but it's not going to be enough. That pace set early on by Max Malone was fantastic. This is going to be one of our fastest times. Swam in the heats, I think. And there it is, 2:22.52. Dax in second, 2:26.38. Nathan third, 2:30.05. All right, so we are just getting all set up and ready to go for event 168. This is our mixed 15 to 18-year-olds 1,500 metre freestyle. It's the longest event on our swimming program. Short course, that means 60 laps in total, 59 tumble turns, 59 opportunities to be super efficient, make up some ground or lose some time if we're not working hard on those walls. As it is a mixed event, looking across this field here, our fastest heat up first. We do have one female athlete represented, and that is Mackenzie Hunter, our distance specialist, absolute legend for our females. She's going to be taking it to the boys here across the pool. Most of these guys around that 18 age bracket. Marley Sutherland in there on the other side, sneaks in only 15. We've got James Gargano at 16 years old as well. So there's a nice little battle going on between lanes 4 and 5. Rowan Wine, James Smith, Yarra Plenty Waves versus the Northern Territory, turning at the 400 metre mark in 4:05.71 exactly. So they are literally neck and neck. Not far behind them, Joshua Carnes. He went around in a 4:08.08. And then on the other side of the pool, we've got Oscar Campbell sitting in 4th. Mackenzie Hunter working her way up next to Ross Sikiotis in 6th. So we often see that happen, these little pair-ups, people side by side challenging one another, especially in these distance races. A lot easier to stick with someone and have a partner to push you along than it is to try and do it off on your own. Always up for debate what way we're sort of breaking down our 1500 meter swims. I think the easiest way, particularly for those junior or younger athletes, is definitely those 3 500s. First one about that, really setting it up, easy speed, not overdoing it, and finding a rhythm. The second 500 is all about keeping that mind switched on. Those mind games really come into play in a race like the 1500. It can be so monotonous, up and down that black line, tumble turn after tumble turn, about 15, 16 seconds apart each time. So really got to keep with it, keep thinking about what you're doing. You don't want to go too much onto that autopilot mode. Hopefully those skills are in autopilot, so they'll be just happening after practicing them over and over and executing them properly at training. As we see Joshua Carnes starting to pick up a little bit here. He looks to be moving through, getting a bit closer to these two lead boys. Still absolutely nothing between James Smith and Rowan Wine. So we are edging closer to that halfway mark here. The race is starting to get a little bit spicy between those top 3. Lanes 4 and 5 still out in front, but Joshua Carnes has come through beautifully in the last 100 meters. He's narrowed that gap. At the 400, it was about 3 seconds. It's only 1.5 seconds now. So they are the ones to watch, 4, 5, and 6. All of those guys, 18 years of age. Be keeping an eye on the time set by Mackenzie here. She's looking to break that Victorian age 1500 record for the 18-year-old girl. She went so close at State Open Championships. So that lead pack just starting to overlap a few of the swimmers in the pool now. Always does provide that little bit of an extra challenge if you might be starting to ease up. You see someone, set them in your sights and try to work your way past them. It's also always a good challenge not to let that happen if you are the person being caught. But 4, 5, and 6, Rowan, James, and Joshua all super, super close now as the boys come in to turn at the 900 meter point. So we have 600 meters left to swim for those guys. We're starting to see a little bit of an accumulation of coaches along the sidelines here as the race gets further into things. All of those little hand signals and gestures start coming into play. Take plenty of breaths in these longer distance races, so heaps of time to see your coach telling you to hurry up. Some big waves from Coach Jaden of MLC for Mackie there. And on this lap, it looks like Joshua Khan's just starting to really increase his stroke rate here, trying to take control of this lead pack. He's moved his way through now into the lead. He's got 0.2 over James Smith. Coach Alex from YPW, Yarra Plenty Waves, telling Rowan to bring in the legs now. He's still looking fairly soft on them. Maybe just holding off a little bit longer before he puts those back burners on. But James Smith and Josh Carnes have decided that it is hammer time. And they are just pushing ahead now. It's stroke for stroke from them. Less than 500 meters to swim. 2/3 of the way through. This is looking like a great race. Those two boys, Josh and James, battling it out now. On this side of the pool, still going side by side, Mackie and Ross. Keep in mind, this is a timed final this morning. Top 3 times will be your medal winners. So those lead boys, that lead pair, Joshua Carnes, James Smith, just 9 laps remaining. They'll be looking to really pick it up as they come into this next wall with just 200 meters left to swim. Rowan Wine just behind. He's got about a body length and a half to make up if he wants to get himself back into this race at the front. Still sitting back in 4th is Oscar Campbell. James Smith, though, he is just ripping through this final 6 laps. You can see those legs coming into play every time off the wall. Brings in that big 6-beat kick. Wouldn't discredit Joshua Carnes though. He loves a little comeback swim. He's done so well, really timed his run earlier to pick up that lead, and then James Smith just went, nope, sorry, not having a bar of it. You can see those guys starting to increase their speed. So on the board, those green times that pop up means they're increasing their pace, going a little bit faster. And we get that final bell that signifies 50 meters left. 2 laps to go. James Smith in the lead. Joshua Carnes doing his absolute best. He's not going to catch him. Not without anything short of a miracle, because look at this boy storm home. It's going to be a super fast final 50 split for James Smith. He looks like he could swim another 1500 straight off the back of it. That time there, 15:35.91, flew it home in a 29.17 for his final 50. Joshua Carnes, 15:39.27. He'll take the win for Victoria. And then Rowan Wine, 15:45.53. As the rest of the swimmers start to get the bell as well. Jaden really trying to rev up Mackie here. She looks on pace to get this time, I believe. We'll probably have to do a bit of a fact check. But I believe she only missed it by about a second last time. So as we come into the wall here, it's a great swim by Mackenzie, 16:34. So have just had the confirmation. The previous record for 18-year-old girls, 16:37. New record there, Mackenzie Hunter, 16:34.64. What a great swim from her. Only girl in the field from Heat 1. As we move along to Heat 2 behind the blocks, we'll see a few more of our female athletes taking to the stage. A couple more of our young gun boys. A few more 15-year-olds in this one. And if you're wondering what's going on, a few of those boys, they're not doing a swim down. They did unfortunately lose their cap during the race. So we're just going to pick those ones up. If they do happen to be floating in the lane, it's not too great for our next group of athletes running into a cap during the middle of their swim. So we'll grab those ones out of the pool and then we'll be ready to get started for event 168, the mixed 15 to 18-year-olds 1500 meter freestyle Heat 2. fill in 5 seconds. Not here. They totally are, but like some of the times, like 3 to 15s is fine. I think that's an approach. Like 3 hits is enough, and there should only be 3 hits of repetition. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like 7 hits. So we still don't have an operational scoreboard here for Heat 2, but leading us around there is Connor Hayes, swimming out of lane 3 from Surrey Park Swimming Club. These guys just turning at that 500 metre mark now. 1/3 of the way through. Following him onto the wall was Matthew Moran of Bayside Swimming Club, and then currently sitting in 3rd is William Bryan of the Tiger Sharks. Remember, these are timed finals, so if the times swam in this heat are quicker than the ones from the previous one, they will be your new medal winners. Keep an eye out for what the girls can do here. We've got Madison Brand over in lane 0. We also have Taylor Watson swimming out of lane 7. Connor over in 3, really great open water swimmer. Swims that slightly higher head position that we tend to see from those longer distance athletes. We have 800 metres left to swim for our leaders. Connor Hayes out in front. Matthew Moran still sitting in second. Moving his way up a little bit closer though is William Bryan, as is Archer Lark. He's just starting to come through now. Got a bit of distance pedigree in the Lark family. Harvey Lark represented Australia over at those Commonwealth Youth Games. Like a pretty good swim over in lane 0 from Maddie Brand, the 15-year-old from Cheltenham. She's sitting in a really strong position, about 7 metres in front of Taylor Watson. As our athletes come past that halfway point, we do have a scoreboard back in action. Alrighty, bring it into the spicy end of our 1500 here. Connor will turn. Less than 500 meters left to swim. Still sitting in second, but only narrowly, is Matthew Moran of Bayside. But those boys on either side of him are starting to make up a lot of ground in this last third. William Bryan sitting just behind. Archer Lark not far off the pace either. This next 100, it's going to tighten up quite a lot between those three boys. A lot of work to be done to catch up to Connor Hayes. Maddie Brand still our fastest female in Heat 2. Take a look at those splits as they come up here. Connor Hayes averaging those 33s now. William Bryan also sitting around the 33s. Archer Lark in the 33s as well. Matthew Moran just dropping back to 34s. So we'll keep an eye on it. So here we go, Connor turns, 250 metres left to swim. Still out in front, holding 33s. William Bryan, he's moved up into second now. Followed by Archer Lark, Matthew Moran, the youngster from Bayside, just 15 years of age. As is William Bryan. Tiger Sharks definitely have produced a couple of good distance swimmers over the past years. So there it is, the beautiful sound of that bell for Connor Hayes, signifying 50 metres left of this 1500. He's done a great job, led pretty much start to finish here. Archer Lark, he's moved his way up into second, just ahead of William Bryan now. Timed his run to perfection there. They'll get the bell to Matthew Moran. And there we have it, Connor Hayes, 16:32.70. Archer Lark in second, 16:44.25. William Bryan third, 16:45.60. And our first female athlete from Heat 2 coming into touch now. Maddie Brand, 17:30.46. It's a little personal best for her. And that will finish Heat 2 of the 1500 freestyle, mixed 15 to 18 years. We have one final heat of 1500s left this afternoon of our timed final. Fastest times across the board will be your medalists. So let's have a little bit of a check-in on heat 3 here. Your leader early on, Tommy Golding, swimming out of lane 4 as he comes into the 500-metre turn, 1/3 of the way through this 1500. That turn time there was a 5:47.50. So he's holding on around those 35-second splits. Sitting in second, William Thraves of Surrey Park. He's not too far off the pace here, 5:50.84, followed around by Lachlan Patton, 5:54.05. Do have a couple more of our female athletes in this race. First one being Emily Doyle out in lane 8. She's swimming from Nunawading, and you can hear that beautiful tones of Coach Michael on the side, giving her a bit of a cheer along as she comes past. We'll see sister Lucy Doyle coming up in the next event. These Doily girls love a distance race. That beautiful aerobic background from them. As our leaders now turn at that halfway point, 750 metres in. Tommy Golding remains your leader, still holding those 35s. William Thraves, very similar on the splits, sitting just over 3 seconds behind there. And still in third, Lachlan Patton. We've just seen a little bit of a change in our female leader, Ada Ma, over in lane 1, just moving herself past Emily Doyle in lane 8. Pretty challenged to see one another, those girls on the other side of the pool. So they'll just be trying to race the clock here. As we turn at the 1,000 metre mark, 1K in for Tommy Golding. He maintains that lead, and he looks like he might have even just picked up his rating a bit coming into this final 500. Gets a thumbs up on the other side of the pool from older brother Matthew, who raced earlier this morning. William Thraves out in 6th. Still sitting in 2nd, Lachlan Patton in 3rd. No changes to those top 3 swimmers. Still pretty close in the race of girls. Ada Ma about 1 second ahead of Emily Doyle now. Teammate Joshua Carnes, after just getting out of his 1500, already back on the sidelines, giving Emily a wave there. Team Nana. Coach Michael's getting excited, getting amped up. Celebrating the little wins, like a faster split from Emily there. Always a good sign when our athletes are picking up the pace down towards the back end of a 1500. Tommy Golding now with just 400 metres left to swim here.
Through to here, all 7s.
Yeah.
When we looked at his 800, it was from there through to there as 7s, and then some like really good. But it was like a little bit of let's wait, see what happens. Let's be real comfortable and then go. It's like today we tried to challenge off. Let's be 7s again because you look so comfortable. But even like
just these ones, like it just timed it really well, like the run as well.
And look, it's nothing drastic. Like it's all 33s, but then the moment there's 34, and then 34, 35, like, and it's very, very slight. 35, 36s, and a 103.
Yeah, nice.
He goes to me at the end. He goes, his first 100, and his last 100. He goes, oh, that's a 200 PB. I'm like, you muffin.
Oh my God, no way. That's so funny. Oh, good one. Oh, I'm struggling. No one's voice is made to talk for 6 hours.
Is there any pressure for you guys to talk?
I was like a Josh before, like, all the other races I'll talk pretty much through. The first heat, because it's the fastest one, the second one, I've just 7 laps left for our leader here, Tommy Golding. He's done all of the hard work. William Thraves trying to make a little last-ditch attempt at a comeback. He has closed that gap up. It did get out to around 4 seconds. With 150 metres left to swim, the Ivanhoe team on the other side starting to bring out the big wave. Those waving arms for a strong kick. Trying to bring Tommy home. William from Surrey Park, though, really, really working hard now. Lachlan Patton is still sitting in 3rd. He's a little bit further behind. So it's going to come down to these two. Tommy breathing towards William on this lap. He has had a bit of a look and noticed him getting a little bit closer. Might have picked up the pace there. He has. So 34.24. William was just 1/100th of a second faster on that particular 50. Both boys 100 metres left to swim here. And there it is, the sweet sound of the bell. 50 metres left to go for our 2 leaders here. Tommy Golding, he's put in the hard yards. Can he hold off a fast approaching William Thraves? William 0.4 quicker on that last 50. That gap is getting smaller and smaller. It's gonna come all the way down to the final 25. He looks like he's left enough in the tank though to hold on. He's picked up that rating under the flags. It will be Tommy Golding taking out heat 3 of this mixed 1500, 15 to 18 years in a time of 17:24.58. William Thraves touches in second, 17:25.23. And then Lachlan Patton coming down, 10 metres left to swim for him in this final leg. All right, spicy little swim off, men's 16 years, 100 metre breaststroke. Swimming out of lane 4, Blake Hughes of Propulsion. Lane 5, Henry Hahn of Oasis Otters. Both these two boys swam the exact same time in the heats this morning, looking to secure a finals swim tonight. Whoever gets their hands on the wall first will pick up that spot. Let's see what happens. So the time they went earlier, 108.74. Henry was probably the better on the first 25, but Blake Hughes really starting to work his way into this 100 there. He'll get his hands on the wall first at the 50 by 5/100ths of a second, 31.91 to 31.96. It is still super, super close as we come down into that final wall. I wouldn't have liked to have picked it based off eyesight there. Super close. There's a nice underwater from Henry, but Blake really propelling forward. It's all going to be timing onto the wall. Blake maybe shortening up a bit. It's going to be Henry Hahn. And it's a quick swim there, 107.39. Blake Hughes, 107.64. That would have placed them easily into that final earlier, sitting in around 7th spot. So it's a good swim from the boys, a nice close swim off there before we get underway with heat 1 of event 167 now behind the blocks. It's the 12 to 14-year-old 800-meter freestyle. This event is mixed between male and female athletes. And in some exciting news, we have some female athletes in our center lanes here. Our superstar distance queens, Lucy Doyle, Arika Rudenko. And it'll be the boys trying to challenge and keep up with the girls here in this 800. So it's the boys in 6 and 7 out quickly in this first 200. Cody said of Terrelgan there, turning in a time of 2:05.44. Just behind him was Liam Paulson, 2:07.06. I still wouldn't discredit Lucy Doyle. I wouldn't be surprised if she actually negative split an 800. She loves that second half. Super consistent, very strong when push comes to shove. But at the moment, it is Cody said doing all the work, getting out in front and just motoring along as he turns at the 250-meter mark. past that halfway point. Cody said out in lane 6. Did that early work. He's maintained that lead. Liam Paulson still sitting in second. Ben Merrilee's in third. Trying to work her way back in is Lucy Doyle in 4. Start to wind it up now. Been great to see Cody has maintained that kick speed pretty much throughout this whole first 500 metres. The team from Nunna, they've got the signs out, the big hammer. It's time to go Lucy Doyle. So Cody said about to turn for his final 200 metres of this 800 freestyle. Liam Paulson really trying to rope him in as they come down with 8 laps left to swim. Cody came into this race with an entry time of 9:09. And he's looking to go under that here at this point. Holding on to those 32s, 31 on that particular 50. So he's really starting to lift now. He just has a quick look up at that lap counter to see where he's at. $100 meters left to swim. Lucy Doyle just picking up the pace now. She's making up a lot of ground on Ben Merrilees over in lane 3. She was about 4 seconds behind at the beginning of this 50. And there is that final bell for Cody and Liam. Smashing down this final 50. It is going to be a huge personal best swim for Cody said here. That 9:09. Going to be sitting around that 8:40 mark there. So Cody said 8:39.40. He's followed in by Liam Paulson, 8:46.32. And Ben Merrilees touches in third, holding off a fast approaching Lucy Doyle. So those times 8:54.56. Doyle under that 9-minute mark. Very impressive. 8:57.30 for her. just entering the water now. Event 167, the 12 to 14-year-old mixed 800 metre freestyle, heat 2. And leading us around at the first 50-metre turn, it is our visitor from the Northern Territory swim team, Cole Roberts, just in front of Nicholas Campbell. Those boys, I should say, have gone out pretty fast in the first 50 there, sliding in under that 30-second mark. We'll see how they go holding throughout the rest of this 800. Keep in mind, it is a short course event, 32 laps. First part of the race, all about setting yourselves up, looking for some consistency throughout, maintaining those same equal splits as we progress through the race. So as we approach that 300-metre mark here, it is still our visitor, Cole Roberts, leading us through from lane 6. Sally Snyder's in 4. She's moved herself through that field into second position, and she'll have her eye on Cole, trying to catch up to him throughout the next 500. Alfred Hahn and Mia Mifsud very close, both turning on that 3:28 mark, only 9/100ths of a second separating those guys. As we work our way through this 800, those are your leaders early on. Cole Roberts turning now. 500 metres into the 800. Just 12 laps remaining. He still holds on to that lead over Zali Snyders. There's 4 seconds between those two. Shifting her way into that third place spot now. Mia Mifsud, she's starting to showcase that toughness we see from her in the likes of her 200 butterfly events. And we're seeing a few of those splits on the board starting to pick up in speed now as we come down towards that final 200. More of these athletes will start to bring in the legs a little bit heavier, really try and pick up that stroke rate just marginally, coming down to those final 2-1s. All right, our 2 leaders about to get the bell here. Zali's almost caught up to Cole Roberts. There's not a lot between those guys leading into this final 50-metre leg. And we come down now. Isaac Goga, Mia Mifsud and Alfred Hahn. They're also getting their final bell. But it looks like Cole Roberts, he's going to have led from start to end, the visitor from the Northern Territory. As we wait for that time to pop up on the board, he is our winner of Heat 2, 9:06.12. Zali Snyders, 9:07.95. And then down onto the wall, it will be Isaac picking up the third from Heat 2. 9:24.22, just in front of Mia Mifsud, 9:25.04. Which brings us now to our final heat and final event of this morning's session in the Los Angeles pool. tonight's event. 167, the 800 metre freestyle mixed for 12 to 14-year-olds. This is Heat 3 getting underway. So there's a nice little race on our hands between lanes 2 and 3 here. Sienna Santalin from Ringwood Swimming Club and then Oscar Magalotti of Nunawading. They've been side by side for the last few 50s. Not far behind them is Miller Clark over in lane 1 from Flyers, and her teammate Oliver Seeley on this side of the pool in lane 9, also having a cracking swim early on. So these guys now coming up to that halfway point, 16 laps in to this 32-lap race, the 800 freestyle. Looks like Sienna might just be in front. Their entry times really up close to that 10-minute mark. So turning around in that 4:45 category, that 4:45 area. They're on pace to set a nice personal best swim this morning. Still pretty close between the two swimmers from Flyers and the outside lanes to pick up that third placed spot within this heat. Also seeing Ashton Clements in 5, starting to make his way up the group. So our leaders now just under 200 metres left to swim. Sienna Santalin has taken charge of this race, pulling away from Oscar Magalotti as she comes down with 150 metres remaining. Oscar still sitting in second, and it looks like Ashton Clements has really pushed himself up through into that third place position. It is close between himself and Oliver Seeley as those boys hit the wall almost simultaneously. There's only 0.1 separating them on the turn there. Final 100 meters left for these guys. Our last event of the heat session this morning. Don't forget to tune back in at 5 p.m. tonight for our final session. We had some incredible performances of the morning, so I'm looking forward to seeing what these athletes have to bring for our final day of the 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian State Age Short Course Championships, as Sienna Santalin gets her bell there for the final 50. Oscar Magalotti trying to catch up the ground he lost over the last 100 metres. The race is on now between Ashton Clements and Oliver Seeley for that third place spot out of Heat 3. But down under the flags here, it will be Sienna. She'll take out this one. Really nice time from her. Massive personal best. 9:30.70. Oscar Magalotti finishes in second, 9:35.25. And then Ashton Clements sneaks his hand on the wall there in third, 9:37.87. Thank you guys so much for joining us this morning, and we look forward to welcoming you back for finals tonight.
That's it, girls and boys. Thank you for your attention.
Right, things done.